Good morning, and welcome to the Live at the Waterhole show. My name is Stefan Winterboer, and I'm going to be your naturalist for this morning. What about the little bit of a gremlin that kept in there? We don't know what happened, but I was speaking to myself for a while. It's just one of those things that happen from time to time, especially since we're bringing you these live and interactive, this live and interactive show from some of the most remote places on the planet. Right. So let's carry on with the fact that we're looking at some bull buffalo that are just leaving Jamala's waterhole. And what else is around at the moment? Not much. It's a bit of a blustery day, to be honest with you. I'm sitting down in the Western Cape, and the wind is howling outside, although that's not uncommon for here, but it is beautifully sunny. And I see that we have a sort of partly cloudy, sort of dullish day out in Madikwe today. For those of you who don't know where we are in South Africa right now. This is Madikwe Game Reserve, which is on the border with South Africa, and we're at Jamala Waterhole, which is situated inside the reserve. And we're looking at one of Africa's big five, and one with a fearsome reputation walk off into the distance there. No females; those are all just males. What we call a bachelor herd. And those males will be with each other until they die. They will be with each other as companions and as security, and like a bit of a boys' club, an old boys' club. They don't hang around with the herd anymore, although they will associate with the herd when it comes about. They won't be following the herd anymore. They're a bit past that. For those sharp-eyed of you, we watch some impala coming down now. Very common that we see around, although what is uncommon about the impala in Madikwe is the fact that the male impala, the one that you see on the far right with the horns, they have incredible horn development here, quite rare for South Africa, whose normal or other populations of impala have relatively small, short horns. The next time we get big horns like this is up in East Africa, a couple of 1,000 kilometers away, so quite nice to see. Right, this is an interactive show, so you are welcome to send through some questions, your comments. You can send through observations or anything that you want to talk about today. It would be great to hear from you over the next couple of hours, so please do send it in. If you don't know how, you just need to register on the WildEarth website and follow the prompts, and you can send through whatever you like. Well, within reason, of course. Then it is live as well, so what you're looking at now is exactly what's happening out in Madikwe. It's 10:35 in the morning on Sunday morning here, and we don't know what's going to be happening any more than you do. This is a live show. What I'm doing is helping us understand what's happening. But we do have a weather summary at some of the other locations. Well, at this and the other locations we have cameras at. So why don't we go and have a look at that quickly? As you can see, we've got a range of temperatures from the mid 20s all the way up to 40s, up into the middle 40s. So from mid 80s all the way up to over the hundreds. And Madikwe is relatively calm today, actually, to be honest with you. We've had some weather systems come over the country in the last couple of hours, and it is a season change for us. We are in autumn at the moment, so moving from winter to summer. And with it comes these hot, dry, relatively windy days as we lead up to the rains falling, which will happen in the next couple of weeks. The first significant rains will fall in the next couple of weeks. Summer will then kick off, and we will be in deep summer from about December through to the end of March, with our heavy rains falling January to the end of February. So, not a lot of time for water to fall. Nevertheless, you can see from the amount of elephant dung around this pan in the foreground here how active this waterhole gets. And today's going to be a weird day. We'll see what happens. Blustery days like this with this sort of partly cloudy weather tend to be patchy with animals. Animals don't like it when the wind is blowing. In fact, they get quite nervous of windy weather and don't move out of thickets as a result. These two female impala are pregnant, as will all the female impala be, all the mature female impala. Which, in fact, that one on the left-hand side will not be pregnant. It's a youngster from last year. Excuse me, I'm only just seeing that now. I can compare the two sizes together. So the one we're looking at now is a youngster from last year. Because impala ewes all come into season at the same time, male impala also go through a rut, which is their response to the hormonal changes in the herd, the collective herd of females. Pretty much all the females in an area get covered at the same time as a result. And because they have a set gestation period, will all give birth around the same time as well. And that period is happening now. In the next it'll start the first baby impala we should start seeing towards the end of this month at some of the locations we've got cameras in. But what we can expect to see is most of the impala giving birth within sort of a couple of days of one another to a week or so. Will be in any particular area. And what that does is it gives the babies collectively a chance to just get over that very vulnerable stage that they're in. And so all the predators are glutted out, basically, and collectively, more babies have a chance of surviving. And it's a very good strategy because impala are the most numerous antelope in southern Africa by some margin. So it really works for them, this collective breeding. But they've now disappeared. Sanjeev, you've said good morning, so good morning back. You are the first person to send in a. Sanjeev, sorry, I just clicked my mute button for whatever reason there. But yeah, good morning to you. And then yes, there's a lot of cloud cover, and it looks like it's probably going to be increasing there through the day. We'll see. It's going to be an interesting day. Usually, when weather patterns are unstable like this, it becomes very hard to predict what's going to happen. So Jamala is relatively protected. It's in this little valley between the camp, which sits behind the camera now. And you'll notice this open plain off on the right, which is what I'm assuming is a watercourse of some sort. But even here in this protected valley, we've got the water ruffled by the wind. And just because we haven't opened on a glut of elephants like we have over the last couple of days, I'm assuming that the wind elsewhere in the park is pumping. So it's going to be an interesting day, that's for sure. Always the opportunity for many things, though, to be honest with you. You can see the gusts of wind now coming over the pan. You may even be able to hear it in your microphone. Right, we just had a question come in as well about what birds do we see come down to the waterhole. And Kimberly, I just want to say thank you for sending that in. Um, Kimberly, wow, it's a tough question to answer, but I'm going to give it a bash because I think we'll start with the most common birds. Now, you'll notice there's a couple of birds flying around on the left-hand side of the pan. Those are all doves. You get a variety of doves out here, but the ringneck dove is the one that's most commonly seen around the water, and will be flying in and out. And then there you got some birds that landed with quite wide wings. And you'll see it just sticking out on the right hand side. There you go. That is a blacksmith lapwing. So the doves and the blacksmith lapwing are pretty much your most common birds, bigger birds. Then I see on that stump there off the left hand side, we got some smaller birds that have just come in and sat down on the stump. Difficult to see with the resolution I have right now, but they look like there's some sort of sparrow. So that's a blacksmith lapwing. And I just want to say well done to the Zoomy who's controlling this camera. It's definitely not an easy camera to control. A challenge. So there's a lot of different birds, but basically there's a rule of thumb, Kimberly. If you have lots of cover and concealment around a pan, the diversity of bird that you'll see is much greater than when you have an open pan like this. But then you also have water birds that at a point when the water becomes big enough, like Africam's camera at Tau, for instance, the water body is past a certain size where you get water birds coming to live there. Then all of a sudden, you've got a whole number of different birds there. And like our camera at in Kimberley, were around Camphor's Dam, you'll notice that those water birds are almost exclusively water birds. So they're just water birds that we associate around pans in this area as well. And there'll be common birds there included. So I hope that it's a tough question to answer, Kimberly, but hopefully that makes some sense to you.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
great thing about warthogs is that once they've had a mud bath like this guy has, they love scratching themselves. Classic. They have the best time ever. Watch him just getting his butt scratched there. uh, and these fallen down logs that we were talking about just now, they provide these scratching posts. And warthog and elephant seem to love them most of all. Let's see, he gets his belly scratched. Ee, ee. Ah, that makes my day every time. Let's see what that blacksmith lapwing does. They nest on the ground. It might be interesting to see if she has a nest there. Look, let's just see. Watch this guy giving himself a great scratch. This is a male warthog. I know that just from the size of his warts on the side of his face. The fact that he's got two pairs of them, so four warts in total, and then those huge tusks and the spread of tusks. Now, as fearsome as what these warthog look, what's he doing? Tusking the ground. They often do this. All different types of animals horn and tusk the ground. He just decided that he didn't like that patch of soil and he was going to give it a go. So as fearsome as what warthog look, they are just grass eaters predominantly. They will, from time to time, take carrion. And believe it or not, and carrion is dead meat that you find them scavenging at carcasses. And believe it or not, they have been known to eat baby birds and eggs. I was unfortunate enough last season to watch a male warthog about that size kill a young warthog that had just been born and eat it partially. To this day, I don't know why, other than for the milk curds in its tummy. What we're looking at now is a blacksmith lapwing. She may very well have a nest there. It'll be interesting to follow that. The fact that she didn't bomb the warthog, they dive bomb animals that come close to their eggs, leads me to believe that she hasn't laid eggs yet. That there are no eggs there. She just wants to lay eggs. She's not feeding, she's just picking at the ground. Such great work from the Zoomy. Well done. Like I said, these cameras are notoriously tricky to work. And takes a deft hand on the keyboard to do it. Cabello, you've asked if warthogs dig their own burrows, and that's an interesting point. So, first, some context to our viewers who don't know that warthogs live underground, well, sleep underground. In areas where there's a lot of predators, like this, Juma, for instance, warthogs tend to sleep underground at nighttime. They're daytime animals, and at nighttime they will reverse into a hollow, usually in the side of a termite mound, that they've excavated. And they reverse so that their tusks are facing out of the hole so that they can deal with any threats coming down the hole. And also to give them a forward escape route in case they need to get out of there in quickly. But they don't dig their own burrows, Cabello. They always excavate existing hollows. And so often, the only way that warthogs can get these burrows is in areas where you have a healthy population of aardvark. An aardvark, also called an ant bear, are the culprits primarily responsible for excavating the termite mounds that we see all over the place. And at Juma, there are some monstrous termite mounds. And I'm talking about building size termite mounds, like 1-story apartment type size. Um, and aardvarks will come in and start digging, get their meal, and then warthog, hyena, wild dog, any number of animals will come and further excavate those hollows and do their own sort of renovations to the to the termite mound or to the hollow itself. And they will be resided in by any number of animals for a long time. You find baby leopard are born down these holes. Sick leopard will often go into these hollows. Porcupines, honey badgers, pythons, uh, cobras, puff adders, mongoose. Yeah, she's back to the exact same spot. So there's a lot of different animals that will use these hollows. So aardvark are what we call a keystone species. Without them, there wouldn't be the hollows made into the termite mounds, and animals that would have some measure of protection by being underground at night would be afforded that. So they'd be preyed upon by lion and by leopard and hyena a lot easier. Hopefully that answered your question, Nicola. Thanks for sending it in. It was a great question. So this blacksmith lapwing looks like she's having a great time. Find any information on when they lay their eggs. I would assume that now would be a good time because the chicks would come out just before the wet season starts. And of course, the increasing insects means that they will have the whole summer to get all the nutrients they need to weather the next dry season. Right, so blacksmith lapwing. Let's see.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
quite sturdily built geese, these Egyptian geese. Um, they mainly eat vegetables, though. So they love grass and grass shoots. You often see them on these fields where they can pick at grass and grass rhizomes, sometimes in numbers. I don't know, I was with my son the other day and we were looking probably at about 100 to 200 of them in this field. And so they can congregate, but they are monogamous, which means that this male and female pair will be bonded for life. If one of them dies, they will get another partner, though, but generally speaking, they won't. And they stick together for life. How long they live, I don't know, but it is a long time. Birds often surprise me with how long they can live. Parrots, for instance, 40, 50 years. Some of your bigger eagles and owls, same length. Crazy. And for those of you who are just joining the show, this morning is a very blustery sort of weather-rich day. It's not going to be that good if it stays like this. It's not going to be that good for for animal watching. Animals tend to freak out when it's windy like this. They don't like it at all, and they tend to hide away. But you never know. It is the dry season, and dehydration is a very real thing. As you know, today might be slightly cooler, but it's in the upper 30s, maybe low 40s for most of the rest of the week. Again, you just don't know with these live shows what's going to be cropping up. It's crazy. Quentin, you want to know if there's any advantages to nesting on the ground? I think that there is. Um, at the end of the day, what the reason why things breed is to procreate and make babies, right? And deploying the best strategy for that gives your babies the best chance of success is what you need to do. And for some, that means securing a very stable home base. So, like a woodpecker, for instance, would peck a hole into a hardwood tree and make their nest, often on the underside of a branch. It makes it very difficult to get to, but you can't move. When you're in there and the females, are sitting on the eggs or sitting on the babies, or the babies are in there helpless, they can't move. You're stuck there. And I was watching a video of a honey badger. This is a hippopotamus. I'm trying to get into a nesting box. And when I was looking at this and thinking to myself, gosh, those babies are sitting ducks, basically. They can go nowhere. And once their home is found, that's it. Usually it means the end. But when you're nesting in the open, and this is my point, you can pick these random sites. And if your babies are camouflaged and vigilant, they can hide away without being found. And so I do think that there's some advantages in nesting in the open. Of course, you're more susceptible to exposure. And so getting cold or getting wet is a problem that you then have to deal with. But I think, in terms of nesting strategies, I think that there's strengths and weaknesses to everything. But I don't necessarily think that there's anything wrong with nesting on the ground. It's not because the birds are lazy, for instance. They're just eliminating competition for nesting sites, which is huge, and making the most of being vigilant. And of course, you can see how many bushes there are out here. So we're watching that hippo. The other day there were 4 hippo here. I don't know where the other ones have gone. We're watching this hippo move through the shallows, and some of you might be asking whether or not hippo swim. So they've actually got a negative buoyancy. They don't float very well. What are you doing? He's scratching something on his side. Maybe scratching his belly on the floor. That's bizarre behavior. I don't quite know what this hippo is doing. You're going to need to watch and see for a bit. So hippo, they porpoise. So they run along the bottom of the water. They sort of, they are buoyed up by the water. They definitely move easier through the water than they move on land. And I've seen that in the Okavango Delta where the the waterways are so clear, the water's so crystal clear, you can actually watch hippo underwater from helicopters and from canoes. And I've watched hippo run along the bottom of these watercourses. It's crazy. Um, and sort of porpoise, they jump and they breathe and then they go down again. Very, very similar to how dolphins breathe, and then go back down to the floor of the pans. And so they don't swim as such; they run along the bottom. And talking about keystone species, hippo are responsible for keeping waterways open and flowing and running. Without hippos, waterways would clog up with vegetation dislodged in storms and things. And these waterways would choke up. And of course, when water slows down, it drops its sediment layer, and they would then silt up, and you'd get water flowing elsewhere. An enormous animal, actually. They've got a variety of different weights. So hippo can weigh anywhere from, once they mature, anywhere up to 3.5 tons, with the heaviest hippo ever recorded, I think, over the 4,000 kilograms. I mean, that would be an absolute giant of an animal. This guy is nowhere near that, but still, you're looking at an animal weighing as much as a small car here, and which can run 35, 40 kilometers per hour, much faster than what a human can run. It's a terrifying thing to watch hippos running through the bush. I must be honest with you. They're just like bulldozers, and they go straight for the water. And so if you're on a hippo path, best you get out of the way. Otherwise, you get run over by these guys. And you're looking there at the sleeping giant. You're looking at, of the large animals in Africa, hippo and crocodile are responsible for killing more people than the rest of the big five combined many times over. And so, although meek and mild when they're in the water, relatively speaking, they can be quite grumpy if you walk on the side. When they're outside the water, different story completely. All right, so the wonder of this live at the Waterhole show is that we've got a number of cameras all over the place. Juma's not the only one. We've been to Jamala, but I want to go and see what's happening at Jamala again and see if it's reset and we've got something else. Why don't we go and have a look there? Aha, we've got a herd of buffalo. Now, let's see if this is a breeding herd or if it's just a bunch of males. I can only see males at the moment. Can you see a female with the baby? There seems to be a calf in the center. Ooh, the wind is blowing there today. Could be a small herd of buffalo. No, there's still more coming in from the side. Still just seeing male buffalo. There's a youngster there, but I don't see a female. It would be a breeding herd if we saw some females. That one there, second from the back, Looks like a female. Yo, look at the dust blowing there today. Goodness me. We're very lucky to see these buffalo down here, I must be honest with you. Windy days like this, particularly elephant. Goodness. Come down to drink. These are Cape buffalo. You don't have water buffalo in Africa. Water buffalo occur in India and Indonesia, really, not on the African continent. Tom, you've asked a good question. Can buffalo be as aggressive as hippos? Yes, Tom. Buffalo have got a fearsome reputation. In fact, they're often referred to as the Black Death. I know it sounds a bit dramatic, but amongst certain circles here in Africa, they are referred to as that. And it's because they got such a fearsome reputation for people on foot. And a lot of people are hurt by buffalo and killed by buffalo every year, but still not as many as are killed by hippo. So it's a good question in that are they more aggressive? Are they as aggressive as hippo? Golly. I think if we just look at body count, I'm going to have to say no. That hippo are more aggressive than what buffalo are. But what am I more scared when I'm walking on foot outside? I definitely am more nervous of, not scared, I think is wrong. I'm more wary and cautious of buffalo on foot than I am of hippo. Um, Hippo tend to be in the water during the times where we're walking around. That difficult question. Just if we're basing it strictly on body count, yet, Tom, I'm going to say that hippo are more aggressive than or outright more aggressive than what buffalo are. But as a field guide that spent 25 years walking around in the bush, I'm as cautious of both, is what I want to say. And and colleagues of mine who've been working a long time. There's an elephant coming out of the distance there. Epic. Okay, so not quite the lonely pan we thought we were going to have today. So colleagues of mine that have been working in the bush for a long time, they've had, same as me, we've had many deadly encounters with buffalo. More so than we've had with hippo. So from a field guide on foot point of view, a trails guide, a wilderness trails guide, elephant and buffalo probably pose the most risk, which is where the confusion was coming in and me trying to decide how best to answer your question. So strictly body count wise, hippo by far. From a wilderness trails guide point of view, me operating on foot with clients in these bushy environments in the day, definitely buffalo and hippo, but definitely buffalo would be more aggressive than what hippo would. And we're cautious of elephant and buffalo. Lion, not so much. Leopard, not so much. Rhino, black rhino, yes. White rhino, not so much. Although they can be, all of them can be deadly. That's why they got their Big Five title, right? So watch these buffalo have now, something gave them a fright and they clumped up, which is their security, their corral, when they're feeling nervous. So the bulls sticking their horns out. This male elephant is coming up to the pan. You can see that he's cautious. He's got his head weaving from side to side with his ear open. His trunk is out smelling. He's got this quite purposeful stride. And we'll see if he's going to give these buffalo any nonsense. They can get a little bit possessive over the water. No, he's choosing a different route. You can see that we watch a lot of elephants, and I'm sure that you've noticed as well that this bull elephant is there's a certain confidence in his walk, but at the same time, you can see that he's cautious. They're not just plodding to the water or running to the water like they usually do. He's got his ears up, his ears are out. Doing a few different things with his body language. Here's the rest of the impala. They've been around from the beginning when we started the show today. Let's see if this elephant now walks around. There's a freshwater inlet into this pan on our side of the pan. See this Ellie with his trunk up. So that's them smelling. That's how an elephant smells when he's moving through an area, particularly if he smelt something that he finds interesting. They lift their trunk up like that. Chasing these impala around. Gosh, I like this Ellie. For some reason, he's just grown on me. I like his attitude. He's a plucky guy. I would love to spend some time on foot with this guy. He's just got a great confidence and energy about him. You'd need to be super careful with this guy. So we'd be looking at him. If I was on foot with him, I'd be uh, making sure that I had paid close attention to the wind direction and that I didn't get too close. I think if he figured out you were there, I think you're gonna have a problem. So you could see that this bull elephant knew exactly where to go. He didn't waste any time coming around the pan. He came, or going straight to the mud. He came straight to the freshwater inlet, which is there where his trunk is now, and where we see a lot of elephant congregate. And the reason for that is elephant love fresh water. Look at his tail. You see how it's cocked out to the one side? Okay, that's body language showing that there's he's subconsciously something is bothering him. Look at that. You see how he's cocked his tail? Now, I'm assuming that he can hear some human noises. Jamala burnt down as a camp. It burnt down a couple of months ago. And, there's a lot of workers around. And I think he's probably hearing some construction noise, or he's smelling something coming in on the breeze quite strongly from the camp. But he hasn't prioritized cooling down. A lot of elephant will come and immediately spray the back of their ears and their neck. This elephant hasn't. He just came straight to the fresh water and is drinking. So a thirsty fella. Good for him. Didn't even drink that much. Goodness. Either that or there's another elephant coming. Another blacksmith lapwing. Kimberly, if you're still watching, so you'll see how common those birds are. You've seen them now in two different places around this pan, and then also at Juma. And we often see them at African Tau as well. What's bothering you, big guy? He couldn't have had that much to drink. Ah, another Ellie. That is what is bothering him. One that's slightly older. And these two, there's going to be a bit of an interaction just while they size each other up. The fresh water is the resource, and it's a scarce resource. No, he doesn't want to share his water. That was making him. So now we know what the cocktail that he had was because he was hearing this other guy coming up. And so now we know what is giving him a little bit of a hassle. This is a slightly older elephant, not bigger in body. You can see that his ears are slightly larger and more worn, but less dominant than the guy that came in first on the right. So he's going to just have to keep himself busy and wait for his turn while this guy finishes his water. A bull elephant like this will drink, I don't know, 150 to 200 liters of water in a day. And in dry time of the year like this, they'll drink that all in a single sitting. So most likely, they won't be spreading their water needs over a day like they would in summer, where there's pools of water lying everywhere. They'll be restricted to these isolated pockets of permanent water. And so, would most likely just drink once a day because of that. These two bulls will just very calmly wait for one another. The one on the right is busy drinking from the fresh water inlet. The one on the left wants water. He doesn't want to cool down. He hasn't sprayed himself or is having a mud bath. He arrived. They looked at each other. They sized each other up. There was a little bit of an interaction. The board was set. The one on the left is just going to wait his turn. And if he really wants clean water, he's going to wait until the one on the right is finished. We'll see how long it takes this one to do his thing. Looks like he's coming to an end now. Interesting to see how quickly he waters himself and then what he does. What we've seen over the last couple of very hot days is that the elephants have stuck around the water for some time. Once they finish drinking and mud bathing, they hang around. Let's see what happens in this particular case. What type of interaction we can expect. It's going to be interesting to see. So stick around, don't go anywhere. Karamojo, even you've asked an epic question. Do bulls remember their original herds or their natal herds, the herds that they were born into? Cara, I'm going to say yes. I don't know this for a fact, of course, it's just my opinion, but elephant have an incredible sense of smell, and their ability to associate smells with memory is also well documented. Um, and so, just because of those two facts, I'm going to say yes, and I'm going to say that given enough time to interact with natal herds in the same area, I do think that they would know who their mothers were, and sisters and cousins. But you don't see often. You see elephant interacting with each other, but you don't see sort of a boisterous greeting. You're not going to see, well, I haven't certainly seen an elephant bull, react differently one herd to another or to one herd in particular. And so the question beggars itself, are they aware of each other all the time? The scents wafting in on the breeze and that are laid down on the elephant trails and in their passages with their tongues and whatever. Um, are elephant in constant communication with their natal herds, plus minus, or at least in communication in the same home range from time to time? So I don't know the answer to that question either, but it is the question that's going through my mind right now. Um, as elephants get older, they tend to frequent the same areas. They're very large areas, so it's not like you can find them like, oh, you just go to that bush and this elephant will pop out. That's not the case. They're huge tracts of land, but they won't wander as far. Whereas young elephant like this is the new Jamala camp, as we're seeing it there, being rebuilt. So a young elephant, like we're looking at the moment, would range very far. There's nothing stopping them from walking from one side of this park to the other. And in even larger wilderness areas that are open, that are open systems, there's nothing stopping an elephant walking from the Limpopo River all the way to the Zambezi River across the entire length of Mozambique or Zimbabwe or even Botswana, for that matter of fact. There's nothing stopping them. And so at some point they'll lose, they'll move out of the area that their natal herd lives in. And so I would imagine that in that particular instance, bull elephant could lose association with their herds. But in a closed system like Madekwe, and as large as what it is, it's still got a fence all the way around it. There's every expectation that this elephant might know who his mom is and what she's doing. All right, now you're just being spiteful. You need to move away. Let your friend come and have a drink. He's reading the newspaper there, so some elephant has probably urinated. Some female elephants probably urinated on that spot. And what he's busy doing is he's picking up the scent there, talking about staying in communication. That's one of the ways they do it. We have a warthog coming down the left-hand side. Couple. Epic. We're in for another show. Hopefully they go and have a drink in a mud bath and then a scratch and, go a long way to adding to my already good humor. What are you doing now? Where are you going? He's got his ears open for those warthog. He's now seen them. Head up. That's his threat display. He doesn't like this other elephant being close to him. Stop being such a bully, man. I'm going to do a bit of a swap now, and this other elephant will now go to the clean water and have his drink. Maybe we're lucky, and this other guy decides that he wants to have a mud bath. No, what are you doing? Don't be like that. That head up, ears out. That's the Ellie trying to make himself look as impressive as possible. No, come now. Why are you doing that? There's no need for you to do that. tail up. You can see he's definitely got a bit of attitude, this guy. I quite like it. Like I said, he's a plucky elephant. But he's now being a bit spiteful. Come, you've had all your water now. Make some space for your dude. Oh, now we know why. It's not another bull elephant, that's a female elephant. So now we know why this one I misidentified the one on the right as a bull elephant, and in fact she's a female elephant. And that is why she was subordinate to this male. She continues to do so. He needs to just make a bit of space and give her some space to drink. Bizarrely, this female elephant's on her own. She could have given birth recently, or she could just be an old cow that just is a loner. Why is his tail going up like that? More Ellies around. Gosh, she's a big old female. Come on, share your water, boy. You don't need to have it all. Concrete Jungle Man, you said what a big bully. I 100% agree with you. I think I like him. I don't think he's being, particularly, he's being spiteful and he's just being a bit of a boy. I quite liked his attitude when he walked up to the river. I like these plucky elephant that have this bit of a swagger to them. But this is an old female and he needs to be a little bit more respectful. So I 100% agree with you. He needs to just be a bit less of a bully and move over and give her some. She obviously doesn't want anything else except the clean water. And he just needs to give her that chance. For whatever reason, is denying her. You can see the way he's resting his trunk over his tusk now that he's or was. He's relaxed. Still has that cocktail from time to time, so he still has that slight something bothering him slightly. That's the patience of an elephant. She's just dead still next to him.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
And she's getting, is that him or her? She's not having, she wants to drink water and is getting a bit irritated with him now. That head shake was just some frustration clearly showing. He needs to be pushed off. I think she'll probably find that that's exactly what will happen now. She'll just come down to drink anyway and he'll make some space. But on that point, it is, good to know that WildEarth's mission is to connect people with nature. We do it through this very epic medium that we're doing now with Live at the Waterhole show, but also with our AM and PM safaris and any number of other initiatives. And if you'd like to help out with this whole project, you're welcome to go and click on the donations button on our webpage and follow the prompts to do so. It would be much appreciated. Let's see what this female's going to do. I think she's going to probably push him off a little bit and have some water now. She's being very patient, but he's also being very spiteful. And I think needs to be taught a bit of a lesson, frankly. Interesting to see what happens when she finally does lose patience, this female, if she loses patience. No animal wants to necessarily get into a physical fight with another animal. It's not something animals are naturally drawn to. Can they get aggressive? Do they fight? Are there opportunities to fight? Will they back down in those opportunities? I mean, those are all pretty self-explanatory. Like, animals are animals and they'll do their thing. But normally, you'll find that animals are not drawn to physical violence right off the bat and will give every opportunity for another animal to just calmly go about their way. So the exception to the rule is probably male lion, whose sole job it is to protect the pride area. and the females that are in it. And so they'd be more prone to aggressive encounters. But even they roar and posture and mark territory like crazy before they get into physical altercations. But elephant are not lion, and you'll see now there's a subtle pressure that she's now putting on to him. She's now leaning close by, and I think what will happen is she'll just push him out of the way very quietly. Yeah, there you go. Let's see. And she finally gets her drink. Well done, you. Come on. Have a drink and reward yourself with some cool water. You've had enough patience, that's for sure. Your turn. Starbuck, he said it was so cool to actually eavesdrop on these elephants' conversation. I was actually just thinking something very similar. A lot of the times around these pans, we watch such a lot of intense activity that most of the conversation goes past us. We're not able to process it. But what we see now is just a very epic um, interaction played out over a long period of time with just two animals, which we could sit and watch for, intently. And I, for one, like the pace of this. I mean, it's different, obviously. It's for those of us, or for those of you out there wanting a little bit more action, it might be considered quite boring having just watched that. But it was very subtle, and it was very. I thought it was a very deep interaction, to be honest. So I, for one, quite enjoyed it. It was lovely to see these two do their thing, and I enjoyed the pluck of that bull elephant when he walked up there. I don't know where he is now. You probably find that he's either having a mud bath on the right hand side of the pools, or he's striding away down the valley in the direction of the buffalo. We might have a chance to see what he's doing in a bit. Here he's walking off there, so not quite in the direction of. Oh no, maybe the game path goes down there, and he decides that he's going to follow those buffalo to give them a bit of hassle. He hasn't walked off with the same amount of sort of pace that he arrived with, and that's more elephant-like. That slow. Well, I say slow, but even at that plod, he's probably walking about as fast as you and I are walking through the bush. Yeah, just following the same path that the buffalo took. And who knows where he'll end up. This female still hasn't been joined by a herd. Great that you got. She hasn't been drinking very much. Holding something at the end of her trunk there. No, just pinching it closed. True to form, we've had a bit of a reset around the pan, and now we've got a female elephant that's drinking and some plain zebra that had just arrived, which is quite nice. It was to just come out of the bush, unannounced, but very welcome. And this is also a breeding herd. Bunch of females with a herd stallion, probably. Don't know which one he is, but nevertheless. Difficult to say in this particular angle. You can't really see body shape. I know the one in the center is probably a female because you can see how wide her belly is. Almost all of them are pregnant at the moment. Zebra also look very plump all the time. Even for a trained eye, it is sometimes difficult to see what you're looking at. That's a youngster. Looks like the stallion there on the far right. This is just guesswork.
It's that time of the year, filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
I was watching the zebra walk off, and all of a sudden I can also see that it's brightened up. So obviously there's been a bit of a break in the clouds, and some sun has come out. Maybe a sign that it's clearing. Now there's definitely less clouds than there were earlier, although I'm 2,000 kilometers away from this elephant at the moment. Still windy in both locations. Skinny cow. I think she's very old, this female. I mean, like, not ancient, but definitely not a youngster. Interesting how quickly a pan can go from super busy to not so busy. Let's see where she strides off to. She came from this direction. We didn't know where she was, but you can see she's marching off at a particularly fast pace. It's not a slow walk that you'd as a human you'd battle to keep up with that without jogging. That's fast. Maybe she's going back to her herd. She's now had her drink. Got her nose on the floor, so smelling something there. They can track incredibly well just by using smell. And there she moves off for the day. These pans take a bit of time to reset. Obviously, on a windy, blustery, or cold day or rainy day, it takes a long time to reset between sightings. On hot days, you can expect sightings to reset every couple of minutes. I mean, here the other day, no, where were we the other day? At Africam's Old Donya Cam, we had a 7.5 minute reset, which meant every 7.5 minutes we had a new mix of animals come down to the water. It's usually around 20 or 25 minutes this time of the year. We had buffalo when we came here, then a male elephant and some impala, then a male elephant, and a female elephant, some warthog, and then a female elephant on her own. And now we've got nothing. So now we're just waiting for that reset. It'll happen. It'll happen. It just requires some patience. That's all. But talking about different cameras and different locations and resets, let's give this pan time to reset and that Ellie to walk off and go and have a look at Okakoyo. There you go. A couple of countries away. Well, one country away. We've crossed the border into Namibia, gone all the way through Namibia, and are now in Etosha National Park at Okakoyo. And a beautiful day there. Doesn't look like much wind at all. It was hot. I saw from the weather report that it was going to be 37 degrees centigrade here. Let's see what temperature it is right. Right now it's 32, 90 degrees Fahrenheit, and it is 11:53. I've always found that the hottest time of the day in Utosha is around 3, 4 o'clock, believe it or not. We've got the ever-present springbuck dotted all around the pan. And then I see we've got something else walking down that big game path on the right. I don't quite know what they are just yet. It will resolve. Yesterday, we were seeing at around 12:30 to 12:45, we'd have a herd of elephant, a massive herd of elephant, pull into Okakwea. And not yesterday, the day before, sorry, and the day before that. It'll be interesting to see if you have the same herd of elephant come down at some point today, with it being so hot and with it being such a clear day. There's every expectation that they will come down, although you never know. So there's some oryx on the far right center. We'll see what these animals are that are coming down here. They're obviously large herbivores, but not as large as elephant are. Not a giraffe. We'll see when they get to the water.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Gosh, these oryx that are coming in now, all of them females, most of them, you can see by their long, thin, straight horns. Their horns almost look out of proportion to their bodies that can get so long. Whereas the one in the distance, far away, sort of top left, he looks like a male, sort of slightly thicker, shorter horns. I find them so beautiful. And then the eland, it's a group of females, a herd of females, more correctly. And then we've got some zebra and some springbuck. So nice to see. Where are you guys going? Oryx don't need to drink. They are quite capable of utilizing the food that they eat for most of their water needs, and they can even dig for water in dry river courses if there's water close to the surface. But like with any animal, if there's water close by and it's within walking distance and it's surface water like this, they will drink. They'll never pass up the opportunity to do so. We got some more oryx coming in. It's a fairly large herd of oryx, actually. It's lovely to see, picking their way through the rocks. It's a calcrete deposit on this open pan, usually associated to the drying up of an area. Etosha was once a wet place, much wetter than it is now. Many, 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 many millions of years ago. And it's dried up now. It sits in the middle of a desert. So surface water like this is a rare and wonderful thing. Right, in a few seconds, we are going to be having our Africam cameras joining us from all their locations all over Southern Africa and even one in Kenya. They're all going to be coming online now for the rest of the show, which is going to be great. But I don't know, just such an epic scene, this, with animals just coming in from left and right and into the water chest deep. It's just lovely. I'm really enjoying this particular view of Okakwea today. Egyptian goose surfing around on the water. And a pied crow. Gosh, there are a lot of animals. And welcome on board to the Africam cameras. And we've now shifted from Namibia all the way into Kenya. And we're at the Africam Aldonyo feed. And with a herd of Maasai giraffe, giving us the pleasure of their company. And this is one of the largest herd of journeys of giraffe, or herd of giraffe, I've seen here. And what a treat. One big bull on the right. There'll be a couple of bulls here, but the majority of the rest of them are all females, including the two that are drinking now on the right hand side. Something else coming in. Oh, busy having a stare. Oh, there we go. Massive bull elephant. Something else that this Aldonyo, the Aldonyo Lodge, Aldonyo Conservancy in southern Kenya is well known for are these giant elephant. And this guy is no exception. Old bull elephant with these massive tusks. You see that his right-hand tusk is far thicker and was obviously a bit longer than his left-hand tusk, which is unusual. Look at that spread of tusk. Gosh, if he had both of them and didn't break off his one, he would have been well, he is a magnificent bull. But it would have been quite a sight if he had kept both of his tusks. And you can see Africa's largest land mammal alongside, sorry, the world's largest land mammal and the world's tallest land mammal, both next to each other. What that male's doing now is he's going to, the giraffe, he's going to be testing the urine. What that's called is the Flehmen grimace. He prompted the female to urinate. He then passed that urine into a gland called the Jacobson's gland in the roof of his mouth, and it's such a sensitive organ that he can accurately judge hormonal status of this female and figure out if he needs to stick around or not, if she's going to become, if she's ready to go into estrus, and allow him to cover her, to sire the next generation of Maasai giraffe. So that's how they do it. If she's not ready, he will move on to the next breeding herd. He's a prime bull, and so won't stick around for too long if there's no merit in it. Where's this Ellie coming? Is he coming around the town now, closer to us? Gosh, he's in a massive bull. Oh, there's another elephant coming, that's right. Interestingly, I was last on the camera 2 days ago and the day before that, and we had a hive of bees make their nest around the camera. And I see that there's a few flying around. I don't think they're bees though, it's tough to say. But the buzzing around the camera has moved on, and so I'll give it a few minutes just to see if I'm correct, but it looks like the hive has moved on, which is interesting. So they were just sticking around for a while. Looks like the picture froze there a little bit. This is one of those things coming to live out of these remote locations. There are a few gremlins that pop in from time to time, and it does sometimes create some picture freeze for us, but all quickly resolved. We've got a team of experts around. So back to the bee. There are some insects flying around the camera in the foreground. I don't know whether or not it's the beehive. They're settled now and the bees aren't quite so as agitated as they were. And we'll see as we go along. The bull elephant now, having had some water, is now giving himself a shower, which I'm sure you're listening to with delight there through the droning of my voice. Jenna, all the way from the UK, you wanted to know if we see many snakes around the waterholes. Firstly, good morning to you, Jenna. Secondly, no, we don't really. And it's a good question. I think most of the reason is because the pans are fairly open. And so snakes like to be concealed, otherwise they run the risk of getting preyed upon. And so I think that the reason why we don't see a lot of snakes is because of that. I think if it was a little bit more concealed, we might see more. But also snakes are really shy, secretive animals. You don't really see them around that often. It's not something that you see common out here in the African bush. I mean, do you find them around houses and homesteads where, you know, our refuse attracts food that they like to eat? Yes, you're going to have a higher concentration of snakes around food. But that's not the case around the water, and so you don't see that many for those reasons. Ellie's just so calm. Something's biting his legs. we often see that when these illies come down to that portion of the pan that they have that reaction. They kick and they scratch at their legs, and I've got a feeling it's because there's some or other insect, a biting fly, that lives close here that comes and sucks at these animals' blood when they come down, and finds that you probably find it hides out in the rocks or the stumps close to that end of the pan. Goodness, that's a big elephant. Pushing off this other one. He wants to come to the fresh water, not allowing this other one a chance. He did it very gently. All right, so the picture broke up there was significant for us to just move over to Okakweo again. So excuse us for the rather unannounced jump. A gremlin crept into the feed there. It's all good. We do bring you these shows, like I said, from some of the most remote places on Earth, and they are live. And so sometimes getting a video out of these locations is problematic. Um, Nevertheless, we've now come down, come down and across to Okakweo, where we still have those oryx and springbuck around. And we can see that the wind has picked up a little bit from earlier. Quite cool to see. So nice to be able to see these springbuck and these oryx wade into the water like this. I don't know, we see it every day, but to me, there's just something so liberating about watching animals celebrate a sense of freedom and do what they want, not because of, or not doing it because of some fear. It's incredible. This oryx just striding into the water, it's so great.
Kiede dan eerste stuk wakker.
See that oryx using the midden. I don't know if you find bull oryx defecating on common middens, you definitely find it with impala, and it's something that a friend of mine, Lee Guttridge, noticed. Lee and Kersey, his partner, are some of the world's best trackers. And what they noticed was something that, even though we've been watching impala for years, I hadn't really seen it, in that male impala will often defecate on a common midden, um, with females defecating around it. And I've noticed that springbuck often do the same. I'm not noticing the same springbuck do it. I've noticed that springbuck do it. And interestingly, this oryx also did it now as soon as he passed over that patch. There's a midden there of some sorts. He's a bull oryx. Females didn't do it. This is something I'm going to be keeping my eye on over the next few weeks and see if it's a pattern that repeats itself. Lovely to see these ellies doing their thing. I must be honest with you. There's certain franticness about elephant always, but there's also a sense of deep peace and connection as well. The youngster being shown off from the fresh water. No difficulty in reading that body language, right? This waterhole definitely has a lot of visitors. There's some zebra now coming in. So as the day is heating up, animals are starting to come out of the bushes. It hasn't quite been as busy. I say that now with all these elephants around here, but it hasn't quite been as busy through the morning as it can sometimes get. Although we've had a lot of diversity around this pan this morning. We've had buffalo twice, actually, and different types of ellies. It's a lovely interaction between a male and an old female bull elephant and an old female elephant around the water. And now we've got several herds of elephant that have arrived at the same time, along with some warthog, which that elephant at the back there looking like he's been down, and some zebra as well. Definitely looks like this time of the year now, or this year at this time of the day now, is when the elephant numbers pick up around these pans. Someone else coming in. Show naughty. Some impala coming in from the far right to join in the party. You can see this elephant having a pee on the left-hand side, and it's that we watch that male elephant sniffing at. The urine on the floor would be a message. And just like we saw the giraffe doing up at Africa Moldania a few minutes ago, all these sort of telltale signs in the bush help with drawing a picture about what's happening out in the bush at any particular time, and is a signpost, a communication post that elephant and other animals use. So there she goes, and always very interested elephant in urine. So it must tell quite a story. Look at that Ellie at the back there, having the most fun chasing everything around. What a clown. No harm done though. Animals tend to sort of view elephant that chase them around a little bit of humor. It's giving them their space, obviously. You don't want to go pick a fight with a big ellie like that. But they tend to like move out of the way and then just go back to exactly what they were doing prior to the commotion. This female here at the freshwater, she is not tolerating anyone close to her. A warthog coming through the back of the screen there behind the zebra, coming down for a drink and perhaps a bath even. I've also seen an increase in the frequency of elephant using this side of the pan for their business. When we first started to watch, they weren't using it often at all, mainly because I think it was quite heavily silted up and so not really suitable for drinking. But these herds quite enjoy coming down to this end of the pan, especially recently from an observation point of view. No one going for a swim today, just drinking, and it's because it's cooler and the wind's blowing, so they're not getting as hot. See this big female that's been hogging the water now on the right hand side to see what she get up to once she's in her herd have had enough to drink. Is on the left coming. Is that Ellie at the back? Warthog. For some reason, elephant don't like warthog being around their water. Well, they're especially intolerant of water. Let me say that. this female doesn't like these two youngsters near her. You can almost feel the energy from her. Very antagonistic towards them. You're gonna chase them away. Reluctantly giving way.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
Something's bothering this elephant on the right of its trunk up. Something's coming in on the breeze. Not enough to worry the collective herd, though, so I don't think it's being particularly dangerous. We've now had a slight change of the guard. That elephant there on the left that's just chased the warthog off. She, she's been pretty intolerant of other elephant around her drinking spot, but now she's moving off and we'll have a reset around the freshwater spout. The Elisa took their time. Those warthog that are in the far distance there, being pretty brave amongst all the Ellies. No real threat to them. They just need to come down and have a drink. These guys have patiently waited their chance around the water. And are now, I'm imagining quite gratefully, having their chance at the spout. You can see there's some jostling around the pan here. That elephant that's got the white sandy covering on his skin, not allowing the one with the redder one to come down. Some hierarchy here. He'll just reverse in, back his way into the water. Sneaky. Probably get chased away now as well. Bumping each other. Carrie, you'd like to know if there's a rainy season in Madikwe? There absolutely is, Carrie. We are far south of the equator, and so the tilt of the Earth means that you do have a winter and a summer. And this particular area has a summer rainfall, um, but it is a very dry area to start with. So, while I say there'll be more rain in summer, it is relative, and it's not going to flood. Well, I mean, this year it flooded out, but that was because it rained a lot in a very short space of time here. But generally, there's about 400 mils of rain here, 400 millimeters of rain, and that'll fall predominantly between January and the beginning of March. So the sort of January to mid March. That'll be when the majority of this water falls, and then it dries out throughout the rest of the year, with the hottest, driest month being now October. Um, the rains will come. We're going to get the first significant rains coming through here in, I would imagine, between sort of the end of October and sort of the 20th of November sometime. And then you're going to see it green up significantly. So everything that's brown, Carrie, it will turn green, barring the sand. Of course, that doesn't change color. So we're going to be seeing a dramatic change in the color of the bush between now and sort of mid-December. I think you'll find it quite pleasant. Right. Why don't we go and have a look at what's happening around King's Camp? So Madikwe to the Greater Kruger National Park, and right off the cuff, you can see that this area has had a lot more rain recently than what uh, Madikwe has had. We've gone from brown and greys to the shades of green. And Carrie, this will give you an idea of what it looks like in summer. There was a bit of rain here about, I think, 2 weeks ago now, I think. Nothing significant, but enough to green up the bush. And you can see what a dramatic change this does. And then, of course, we can't ignore the elephant that's standing there and the grey heron as well. Quite as big as the ellie that we saw at Doldonia a little bit earlier, but a fair-sized bull for this area. Lovely to see this. He's been drinking for some time, but hasn't wet himself. So, with the same sort of weather patterns that we've had everywhere, sort of mildish day, nothing too hot, a bit gusty and windy. calm now in this area of the Kruger, but when we were at Juma a little bit earlier, it was a little bit windier. Nice with that silhouette of that elephant, right? He's now done. Looks like, or there's something else coming that he's just having a look at. That grey heron dead still, waiting for an opportunity to strike. A rising fish or a passing frog. Great picture of this eel starting across the water with his reflection. Alice in Wonderland, you've sent in a comment. So, firstly, hello, and secondly, good to hear from you again. And you've learned so much more about elephant communication today. 100%. I think that was, for me at least, the theme of today was looking at ellies and the subtleties at which they communicate with one another. Not always having to trumpet and scream and these massive gestures. It's been a really interesting day from that, at least, from that point of view, at least. The bush never really gives up on what it's teaching you, right? There's always some new thing to learn. Doesn't matter how long you've been doing it or watching. See him resting his trunk on his tusks. I see that often, and then also just resting the weight on one leg or the other. Standing dead still. They will lie down and sleep, elephant. So even a big bull like this, in the middle of the day, it's not uncommon this time of the year to see them taking the cat nap in the heat of the day. Flat on their sides, usually on the side of a termite mound in the shade. Far more common, you just see them standing in the shade though. While we've been talking to you, this heron has just made his way out of the picture. I didn't even see him leave. He just was there one moment and gone the next. So busy focusing on the elephant, didn't even notice that. Wow. Very relaxed, this bull elephant. Totally at ease. Full grown, mature bull. Still going to get much bigger in his body. Tusks. I would say that he's probably in his 20s somewhere, maybe late 20s. That would be my guess. Here's the heron. And another elephant. That's pretty cool. Straight in for a drink. Still, even though it's green, similar to a lot of the other places, there's not a lot of surface water around. Long trunk, relaxed trunk of that illy as he just relaxes it. Heavy trunk can weigh over 100 kilograms, believe it or not. It's quite a thing to carry around on your face. Imagine a cement bag for a nose. 2 cement bags for a nose. and there's a tiny Ellie coming. Very cool. It is coming up to that time of the day where I'm going to be handing over to one of my colleagues, and Taylor is standing by to take over from me, and she will be running with the rest of the show for the rest of the afternoon until 3 o'clock Central African time. So it was so great spending the morning with all of you. Thank you very much for all your questions and comments. Thanks for spending time learning with me. I really appreciate all of you. And so from me, it's time to say goodbye. All right. So I'll be with you for a few seconds longer. I'm just having a few little issues while we get Taylor on board. Not too much of a story. So I get the pleasure of being with you for a minute or two longer, which is nice. And obviously getting to see what these Ellies are going to be up to for the next couple of minutes. There goes that grey herring. Too much pressure. These Ellies are very thirsty, shame. So nice to be able to hear these Ellies drinking, right? I can't hear, I'm just assuming you guys are listening to them sloshing the water down their throats.
It's me taking over. Dead. Hope you have a
It's that time of the year, filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. there's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Ah, this is working. Or a heron here. I said that. Wouldn't that be nice if we could watch a heron fishing? Maybe it will come back. Maybe once the elephants go, it will be happier. Although, it's not like we have a lot of bird life elephants, and they're not consuming the entire waterhole. So I wonder what the problem was. This bird's really just taking it easy and no rush at all. Look at the little one. We often see elephants using their trunks and sticking their trunks in each other's mouths. Very curious creature. Can also be a sign of sort of like just reassurance, some kind of bonding. Looks like there's a elephants just moving in on the right side. those alien on the right, they could just be stragglers from the small breeding herd. And they're just kind of catching up. We'd normally refer to them as it's like a little satellite party, but let's see. Peace to you. I see that you're commenting on the video quality and you're saying that it's amazing. Well, that's good to know. I'm glad that you are enjoying it. It's pretty insane what these live streaming cameras can do nowadays. Looks like there's is it a white bird that's walking kind of between the elephants? Moving from the left-hand side to the right-hand side of the screen, sort of in the center. I can't really see what it is. Is it the heron that's maybe walking back there?
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari. This is such a peaceful scene. I wonder where all the cows have gone. Just looks like some of the bulls are left over. As well as with elephants, though, they all come and go to water holes at different times, even if they are part of a herd. And like I said, you'll have some that are kind of left behind and not quite ready to drink. And hopefully they're going to linger. Luckily for us, these cameras actually do move. I would like to look at what birds are moving, sort of where this log closest to the screen, the tall one that's up,
there's a little concrete, or sorry, a little light just to the right of it, and just there's two white. And I'm wondering, is it the herons or is it cattle egrets? Let's see if we can take a closer look though. Sometimes there is a delay with the cameras, but hopefully we'll be able to catch them before they disappear. Maybe not. Maybe we won't be looking at the birds. You can all use it then. Anyway, so you know, I'm the one control camera. Zoom in. I do rely on others. Hopefully try this again, and whoever's zooming, I hope that you are here. But maybe we can try and have a look and just see what else is happening, or maybe we can get some closer views of that. Of course, we have the luxury of being able to move the cameras around, and while of course it is really nice to have a big view, it's also great to be able to see what's happening up. Maybe we can check out some of the elephants, check out their trunks, what their feet are doing, or as they tilt their heads back and stick their trunks into their mouth to squirt the water in. That could be quite nice to see. Perhaps we'll be lucky and see elephants' tongues, or if we look far enough back, maybe. Suppose we can see a couple of dragonflies fluttering about. It's a pity. With these cameras, I don't know if we'll be able to identify many of the dragonflies. That we could potentially be able to do at Old Donyo in Kenya. we'll keep an eye out for that. Right, I think we're going to take a break from King's Camp and let's head over to Tembe, which is on the far east coast of South Africa, and check out some of the smaller animals. Lots of elephant dung, but the audio is amazing, right? Listen to all the birds. That's really awesome, but again, these cameras move around, so maybe we can have a quick scan about and see if we can find anything. Plenty of evidence, though, that the elephants have been around. Lots of dung around here, but that's quite normal to see, especially where there's water. All the animals defecating about, but with elephant dung being so large, it's normally the easiest to spot. Also nice again to see just some green grass coming through. I actually have not been following the weather and what's been happening around the east coast of South Africa, although Tembe Elephant Park is actually much further north along the coast than, say, where Durban is, which is the big city in KwaZulu-Natal. But all that dung around there is great nutrients for the soil. And there's so much stress that's already going on around the Waterhole. We tend to find overgrazing, and because the ground gets trampled with time, the soil becomes quite bare. So once you get a decent of rain, you'll start breaking down all that dung, or with the help of birds, like that woolly-necked stork at the back, and the hornbills, and everything else in between that might open. All those nutrients will just be returned back into. And also 2 warthogs. How could you resist munching on the green grasses? It's a warthog's absolute favorite. Can't wait for summer to come around and you start to see all the young animals, or the babies, especially the warthog piglets, right? They'll have to be in the top 10, maybe even the top 5 cutest young animals. Woolly-necked stork chicks? Probably not. So, the stork doesn't seem to be too bothered at all by the warthogs. Oh, Never mind, we're off somewhere else. We're at Nkoro now. That was amazing how quickly we can go from one camera to another. Isn't that great? No travel distance in between. It's looking a little bit on the quiet side, but lovely and lush. There are actually beautiful open plains in this area, but I'm sure that a lot of the time the open plains are filled with life, big herds, buffalo, several wildebeest. They'll all be gathering here. But at the moment, we've just got a very lonely, what looks like to be a three-banded plover on one side of the screen. Maybe we can take a closer look at it. Hi, Dark Main Lover. You've said hello to me. I hope you are well. Where'd our little bird go? Did it fly away? No. That's sad. Okay. Seems as though we're not quite winning with the birds today. Perhaps I'll just have to hold off on them for now. But now let's do a quick travel through time all the way to the northwest. Up in Namibia. We'll go check out Okukuyo. Elephants. 2 cows and a calf. Of course, with the regulars, a springback, and looks like a herd of zebra disappearing in the tree line. And grebes just paddling about in the water. They're popping down under and popping back up again. It looks like another nice day in Namibia. And the elephants, the cows look very relaxed. Doesn't look like they're feeding on anything. Let's just watch them for a couple more seconds and see what they're going to do. Nope. Just pausing for a moment. And now they're going to move off. And now we've got a wider view of the waterhole. You can see all the life that is in it. I think when I eventually get to Namibia, I'm going to have to add this waterhole to my list. I know there's a lot of accommodation just behind the camera. You won't believe what is actually happening there, and it's quite surprising. You hear chatter every now and then coming from people and safari guides that are also watching the waterhole, but I'm surprised that we don't hear more noise. Also, with you might every now and then hear a helicopter, but I'll try and mute the feed. I don't know if the Air Force Base, which is just right here in Hoedspruit, is doing some training, but there seems to be a lot of flying around there. Not that I'm complaining, I think it's awesome. Cherry, you've said you can't wait for the abdomen stalks to start coming around. When was it? It must have been in August. Towards the end of August, we'd actually seen a small group of abdomen stalks over here, which was wonderful. That was really nice to see. But yes, can you imagine? Because abdomen stalks, goodness gracious, obviously the size of groups that we get, it varies quite a bit. But in an area like this, again, we know that there's of water. Sorry, everybody. My dog is having a play date, and Sunny, the golden retriever, he has to vocalize that all the animals are come past the fence. But what I was saying is that there are obviously lots of pans that are situated within this entire Etosha National Park. They're still few and far between, especially where Okakuyo is situated. So it's not too far away from where the pans kind of stop itself, but it's near the most southern gate. I've now completely forgotten what the most southern gate is called. I'm sure I'll remember that in a moment. So there isn't much water around down in this section. The further north you go, there are quite a few more pans. So I'm hoping that we will see flocks of over 100. In Zambia, you used to see big flocks with maybe 100, 200 birds. And then in the Masai Mara, not quite as many. Actually, no, in the Mara Triangle, in an area called Egyptian Goose, which is quite far south, well, sort of, south in the triangle itself. And I'd see quite a few big groups around there. But this is a great waterhole for it. And speaking of birds, we can obviously hear the blacksmith lapwing. And I think this is actually, quite a nice area for them to nest in, or any of the ground-dwelling birds that live, life on the edge of a pan or some kind of waterhole, rivers, you name it. Because for the most part, they're bare and barren, and there's not much cover or vegetation. The odd log, that's found its way to the water's edge. But with all these rocks surrounding the waterhole, and for example, with elephants having quite large feet, they kind of stick to specific pathways. Of course, they can walk over the stones, but it's not pleasant, not comfortable. But it's a sort of great safety for these birds that nest on the ground. So that is interesting. I wonder what the success rate of the chicks would be. Obviously, it's a bit on the risky side because they can't move as fast as the adults. And if they haven't developed the adult feathers just yet, then they're most certainly not going to be doing any flying. So they'd have to get out of the way of the feet of all of the animals. Also love the call of the little grebes, which was that sort of high-pitched noise that you could hear just before. Well, not noise, a sound, because it's pleasant. And they are the tiny little blackbirds that you just see bobbing up and down. Oh, wow. Okay, we're going to go back over to the east coast of South Africa. We're going to check out. It seems as though birding is on the cards for today. Oh, what are you doing? That's a yellow-billed stork, in case you've never seen one before. The ornithologist did a good job of naming this bird. Sometimes it can be a bit tricky to understand why they call birds certain things, so they don't necessarily name them after their most obvious feature. But that might also be because there's another version of that bird somewhere else in the world. And it's just sitting down, vulnerable for birds to sit, big birds like this that need a bit of a run up, run off, run up and take off. Goodness. So this is going to be tricky, but it doesn't look like a pleasant day, overcast, a bit of wind. So taking the opportunity to just give the legs a break and have a sleep. I don't know. Have you been seeing, if you've been seeing this bird, here regularly and it's been sitting down for quite some time, then there's a possibility that it could be sick. And that's, or something is wrong with it, maybe a hurt leg. But I've seen storks, I've seen all sorts of different birds, sometimes just taking a bit of a break. But not something that you see all the time. Other birds that I was quite surprised by, to see them almost lying down on the ground, similar to this to the position of the yellow-billed stork, is vultures. Not something we see all the time in South Africa, but because the vegetation types are so different, so thick and wooded, it's a bit tricky for them. Easier to get caught. But in East Africa, big open plains, after the birds have had their feast and filled themselves up, not uncommon to see them just enjoying the sun and resting down on the ground. I mean, again, we've all obviously got muscles and ligaments and tendons to assist us with, standing up and going about our daily tasks. But I don't think you'll all disagree. It's quite nice to get off your feet every now and then. And it's not like this bird would be nesting either, because they don't nest down on the ground. Just like most storks and herons and egrets, they'll nest in trees and make these big stick nests. And of course, what is a pool of water without a pair of Egyptian geese? And the water, they're still here. In these little palm trees that we can see. Are they wild date palms? I get confused between wild date palms and lala palms, especially when they're young like that. They look like wild date palms. Keep an eye out for little lemon-breasted canaries. I mean, that's going to be a difficult thing to spot because we all know canaries on the teeny tiny side, but maybe we'll see a flash of yellow associated with these trees because they nest in them. Wait, you're wondering if crocodiles would use the shallow pans that we can kind of see just behind the warthogs? Absolutely, 100%. So never underestimate a body of water where crocodiles are, located within the area because they travel huge distances. You can imagine if that crocodiles lived in one water body, it would be overcrowded. There'd be a lot of battles, territorial battles between males, especially during breeding seasons. And then, of course, the opportunities to all get a meal is going to be far less. So, when you're younger, a younger croc too, it might be beneficial for you to move out and maybe head to a sort of slightly quieter place, like an area like this. And I think crocodiles will be quite successful, depending on how deep the water is. But if the water is even, I don't know, let's say 70 centimeters, so even less than that, depending on the size of the crocodile, but it could submerge itself completely and just wait patiently. And we know how many different animals rely on these small pans of water. Of course, we've got the zebras here. Not that crocodiles will necessarily bother elephants, but we know that they do. There's plenty of video footage, and I've told the story 1,000 times, but I've seen it happen where crocodiles have launched out of the water and grabbed an elephant's tail. That was in Zambia, though. Um, Impala, all sorts of animals will come down and drink there. So they would be able to catch one of them, and then a huge part of their diet is fish. So if there's any catfish, which there probably is, they'll be quite happy to feast on those too. So I'm always quite cautious. I'm so hesitant to go in water in any of these areas where I am, or any national parks really. And then imagine when there's floods or you get crocodiles that escape these big crocodile farms, you just really don't know what murky water is going to hold, to hide. So it's always just good to be cautious. Send someone else in first. No, I'm joking. Don't do that. It's a terrible joke. Sometimes what I do if I have to cross a section of water and it's not clear and I cannot actually see what's around me, then what I will do is throw big rocks in the water. A crocodile's not going to like a rock being thrown at it. Of course, you're not doing it on purpose. It's just to water's edge. They'll move away from something like that. Um, and if a crocodile then does move away, you might see the ripples. The crocodile might expose itself completely. It's obviously just best not to cross them. But the animals will be quite wary. Some of these other pans that we can kind of see now that are being used all the time to wallow in, they're likely to be used by a crocodile. Well, firstly, there's just not enough space. If an elephant were to find a crocodile in a very small pool of water, it's not going to be happy with a crocodile. And again, crocs can easily be killed by elephants if they're not careful and not able to get away very quickly. Elephants still see them as predators, even though they're not a potential threat all the time. Still got to be wary of them. These warthogs don't seem to have a worry in the world. They haven't looked up once to check their surroundings.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Warthogs still just enjoying themselves, including the oxpeckers. I'm just having a look. Looks like there's a couple of other little birds moving around too. I'm just trying to see if any of them are obvious enough for us to have a look at. You just hear the constant chatter of the Egyptian geese. Christian, you are spot on with your question though, but I feel like you've actually answered it. You said, do the Egyptian geese not chase the rest of the bird life away? You're right, they absolutely do. And it's one of the biggest problems with the ever-growing population of Egyptian geese. They're quite a robust bird, and they're highly adaptable, so they're kind of able to make anywhere their home, although they prefer areas with a water body, nice green grass close by because they're predominantly grazers, and of course if there's nesting opportunities close by, but not always the dictator. Somewhere else. Um, yeah, they they're just they're quite these sorry, Christian. Um, what I was saying is I don't even know what I was saying now. I forgot. It was something about Egyptian geese. But anyways, to answer your- okay, third time's a charm. What I was trying to say, you must be so sick of me saying that now, is around a small water body like this, we are likely to find lots of Egyptian geese. But if you think about somewhere like Chitwa Dam, which you're able to see on the live safaris in the morning and the afternoon, Wild Earth, if the head down there, you'll see there's huge amounts of Egyptian geese in that area. But that waterhole can sustain plenty more, and there's also a lot of food availability as well as nesting sites in there. The nation works well. Plenty of battles, though, lots of disputes. I watched one not so long ago. Yeah, you and I were on the same wavelength. Yeah, I was also just looking at the not Egyptian, who's the one? The African jacana while we are watching the warthogs. We're just going to wrap up talking about the Egyptian geese. And here it is. So this is perfect habitat for any birds that would need some kind of floating vegetation, whether it be to off of, walk on top of, or we get a lot of birds that make these floating nests. The African jacana is one of them. Even the little grebes, but I'll touch on that when we go back to Okukuyo, because I'm sure we will. I'll touch on the little grebes and comment a bit more on them. But the coots and the moorhens, they all utilize very similar habitats. I'm surprised we don't see more of them here. I haven't particularly noticed much aggressive behavior from jacanas. I've seen I've seen quite a few of them, and I'm just trying to think again because all I need for space consistently. So just one individual here at the moment doing a bit of feather maintenance. And I have never ever seen a floating nest of any kind. But at, I think, was it Pamphus Dam? Yeah, it must have been in Kimberley in South Africa, where all the flamingos are. We were watching red-knobbed creeks or moorhens. You get both of them there, collecting aquatic vegetation. Or it might even have been, what's the other camera called? Tau in Madikwe. I forget though. So it would be a great opportunity to see these birds. Can you hear that very cricket-like noise in the background? It's kind of going. It's just at the back. Sounds like a black cuckoo shot. Mom, you've said you're a lifelong bird lover and you're seen looking at the birds. Well, I'm glad.
It's that time of the year, filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
There goes some of the oxpeckers. We have a red-eyed dove also calling. Yeah, finally the warthogs have got their heads up. They must have heard or smelt something. Having a little bit of a look around. See how they have to lift their heads up? We're going to prop them up. Difficult to see over the long grass and any other vegetation. And because their eyesight is not great, that nose is going to be working overtime now. Nah, nothing too serious. Heads back down again. Okie dokie. We'll take a bit of a break from the birds and the warthogs. Let's head over to Kenya and check out what's happening there. We've got elephants. Amazing. Here we go. So sorry, everybody. No. It seems as though the gremlins have got a hold of us, and I think they are procrastinating, saying, Sunday is the day of rest. We want to see the animals. So anyways, we'll try and work through all of this. This is in Koro, so back in the northern Sabi Sand again. And I think this little three-banded plover is channeling itself, wanting to be as big as an elephant. So this is most likely one of two individuals that we'll see at this pan. I was trying to show it to you earlier, but we didn't get a close enough look. But everybody is focusing on feather maintenance today, right? But birds spend a large portion of their day making sure their feathers are in perfect condition. And you won't believe it if you've never seen a three-banded plover before. This bird is tiny. It is so small. Oh, look how it's extending its tail feathers. I do feel like these birds spend as much time as they do cleaning their feathers as I do brushing my hair. It sounds like there might be elephants here. Can you hear how all the splashing of the water is increased? Unless I'm mistaken. No, definitely elephants. You can hear that sound. What was I hearing? Surely I'm not going crazy. Did you all hear that splashing about? No, nothing. What on earth was that? And our bird is gone. Lots of little insects around, skimming across the water. Looks like there's a couple of wasps collecting mud. Take back and build nests. It's not the Egyptian goose. Sorry, everybody, that was an unpleasant noise. There the Egyptian geese go. Yeah, there has to be elephants there. They might just be right underneath the camera. Little three-banded plover, done with your further maintenance. Now, after all that time spent, you better catch up eating. And when you're the size of a three-banded plover, you can imagine you're not really going to be catching big prey. But lots of pecking of insects off the surface of the water and from the surface of the mud is going to be needed. Oh, you know what? I'm wondering if we are getting if there are actually elephants here. Surely we'd see a bit more ripples in the water. I'm wondering if we're actually getting the audio from Oldonyo in Kenya, because there were elephants there. So that's strange. Or, well, I'm actually not sure what is happening. Okay, that solves the mystery. I was panicking for a moment, going, what if elephants all of a sudden got an invisibility cloak or something like that? But let's go back over, let's check out Oldonyo again, and hopefully the stream will behave. There we go. Some beautiful bulls. The one in the middle has got lovely tusks. Not on the very thick side though, quite narrow. So it's really interesting. There's a new study that was released where scientists believe that elephants have the highest volume of daily water loss which has ever been recorded in any land mammal. Now, we know that elephants consume a crazy amount of water every single day, depending on the environment that they're in, but anywhere from I'd say also, again, depending on the size of the elephant, because that's going to make a difference. But let's talk about adult elephants. Anywhere from 100 to 200 liters of water a day, which is an exceptional amount. You also really understand, though, when you have big groups of elephants and other animals that drink water, with how these pans evaporate so quickly, not just from, of course, evaporation from the heat, but then also just from animals just consuming huge quantities of water. Anyways, and it's quite fascinating how they've actually done this study, because I mean, you and I, right? Let me talk about myself. Me, as a simple individual, I would have assumed that they would have done this by testing urine and water quantity and dung. But then, how do you even do that? How do you how do you test water, or how do you get urine? Right? I don't know. Anyways, from an elephant, good luck. You're going to have to be quite brave to do something along those lines. And obviously, this crossed the minds of the scientists, and they thought exactly the same thing. I imagine that the study was actually conducted in elephants that were in zoos, because they were having to do blood tests regularly. And to do blood tests regularly on wild elephants, well, that is a different story, and they won't cooperate unless you constantly keep darting them and sort of putting them under. So that's not a viable option. So, like I said, they didn't really state where they did this study. So as we know, elephants don't have sweat glands, right, in the typical sense. They do, I mean, they do, if you want to get really technical, on their feet, but they're not going to be sweating, huge amounts. So for the most part, they've got to use water, not only to drink and to consume, but also to splash over their bodies to help keep them cool. And again, depending on the area, different elephants, like say in Namibia, I would imagine that those elephants there use a lot more water to spray themselves and keep themselves cool. The same thing here in Old Donyo, versus maybe in some other areas. So what they ended up doing is they, like I said, they did some blood tests, and they were measuring the quantities of deuterium, which is a substance that dilutes in body water. And so this was, oh no, I lied. This was given to a bunch of elephants in a zoo. I missed that part. And then they would just consistently take blood samples, like I mentioned. And then what they were trying to measure is how long would it take for the deuterium to be eliminated. And that was an indirect way of measuring water loss. So I thought that was quite fascinating. And then what they did find, and this study was done in North Carolina, is that they were losing anywhere between 300 and 430 liters of water a day, which is crazy, which is anywhere between about 10% of the total amount of water in an elephant's body. Pretty crazy. So I didn't realize it was quite that much. This is still relatively new information, and I'm still sure studies will continuously be done. I think it might even be a little bit more in elephants that are roaming around in wild environments. The reason why I say that is because the food that they're feeding on doesn't have as high of a water content, right? If you think about what animals are fed in zoos, and you look at elephants specifically, and this also might vary depending on African elephants to Asian elephants too, is that the vegetation is a lot more dry. Yes, of course, it's got some moisture content, but they don't eat a lot of fruit in the wild. But in zoos, they do feed elephants a lot of different types of fruit. Of course, they get roughage. So that'll be quite interesting. Like I said, I think it's kind of impossible to do on elephants that are living in wild, but it's still quite nice to understand. And the airline have joined. That one elephant, obviously, sorry, I was too busy rambling on. I didn't want to stop my story because you know that I forget things all the time. Just sneaking in on the corner. At least that one elephant did make a bit of space. Had to throw a bit of a tantrum first. Nothing that the airline can't handle, though. Oops. But honestly, I think this is pretty epic. We've got a grey heron. We're now in Madikwe Game Reserve, which is up in, is in Madikwe, Tower Lodge. I don't know where my brain is at. It's on holiday today. And I keep asking for a heron, and now I've finally been given one. So, Norma, I'm dedicating this heron to you if you're still watching. I have been fortunate to see many kills at this dam caused by the birds. So maybe we'll be in luck today. But we'll see if we can follow this heron for a little bit and just see what it gets up to. Clearly not anything of interest where it was standing, so it's going to move off now to find a better spot. And there we go. Oh, the wind is blowing in the northern parts of South Africa today. I just tell by all those feathers. Janice, yes, we absolutely do see a lot of conflict between the different bird species. Just a moment ago, I was commenting on the unfavorable behavior of the Egyptian geese and how they notoriously chase other bird species away, but it seems like they have an agreement with the grey heron today. They're not going to be competing for food sources. The diets are very different, with the herons predominantly feasting, well, they're predators, so they're not eating any vegetation. They're eating any insects, any fish, amphibians, crustaceans, whatever they can kind of find. As the Egyptian geese feed on plant matter. So the only thing that would really bother them is space here. But maybe because it's a bit of a cooler day today, they can't be bothered chasing everyone else around. I like that the heron is now moving into deeper water. A little blacksmith lapwing, 2 of them, of course. And let's see if this heron is going to be successful. So diurnal birds actually have got pretty good color vision. I mean, I think as humans, when we start trying to understand how animal senses work, We've just assumed that everybody could only see in black and white, but obviously that's changed. And at one point, actually, with nocturnal birds, they assumed this. But that's not the case. Obviously, nocturnal birds are going to need different senses, and if we're talking about eyesight, if it is night, really dark, which of course it is at nighttime, they're not going to need as many color receptors, but they are going to need more light receptors. So some of those cones, which I was talking about, the color receptors, are going to be replaced with rods. So their color vision is limited. But with these diurnal species of birds, it's great. It's actually, I wouldn't say it's spectacular, but it's pretty good in comparison. And it's difficult to see in these murky waters. They're not very easy, but if you've ever put on a pair of polarized sunglasses, have you ever done that when you're on the water? Water doesn't necessarily need to be crystal clear, but you can notice a huge difference as soon as you put them on. You start to see sort of silhouettes of creatures. You might even see fish, kind of swimming around, especially when they turn. You might see a little bit of a flash from the scales. Although not that the barbel or catfish that we predominantly see in this waterhole have got scales in the traditional way, right? They've got very smooth skin. There's not much reflecting off of a catfish, but they'll also be relying on seeing bubbles and any movement on the surface of the water that could guide them to potential prey. Also, oh, goodness gracious, almost getting blown off its feet. You can even see just with the water moving. That was a big gust of wind. Oh. I think that's the first time I've ever seen a heron almost get blown over. The blacksmith lapwing didn't seem to be too worried, but with it being lower to the ground, it has that in its favor, but not the heron. That would have been rather unfortunate if it did topple over. Tad, Goofy, you're wondering what are the differences between a blue heron and a gray heron. So one of the biggest things is where they occur. We don't get blue herons occurring in Africa, especially not in southern Africa. And then there are, of course, slight color differences. But for me, some obvious ones is that a blue heron is much larger than a gray heron, but they can get easily confused. I mean, again, you're just going to have to take into consideration the area that you're in. But they both belong to the Ardea genus, so they're very closely related. And then just in terms of coloration differences, the grey heron also has kind of a slightly darker neck, and it doesn't have the brown flanks that a blue heron has. So there's just some differences there. But they do, if you Google pictures of them, they're not too far off from one another. But if you are wondering, how do you figure out which birds occur where, the bird apps and the bird books have little maps. And on those maps, it will actually mark it, depending on the book, and different shades of colors where they kind of occurred. Also tell you, are they residents or do they migrate, and a bunch of kind of other information. So if you're wondering about birds in Africa, there's a great book. There's a book called Birds of Africa. It's enormous. It's so big, not one that you'd really want to be able to take on a birding trip or on safari, because it would probably weigh more than your luggage. However, it's quite useful, because then you go to the different bird families. For example, you go to herons, and then you're just seeing all the different types of herons that occur all over Africa. And then you just kind of have to familiarize yourself with which birds occur in which area. You don't need to know them all. And in fact, I think it's impossible to know them all unless birding is all you do for your whole life. Like maybe that's your career. Come on, heron. Help us out here. Give us some action. Right now, I think it's just more worried about staying on its 2 feet, keeping upright rather than catching anything.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Such a dark, gloomy day today. Although I'm sure that everyone's enjoying the nice cooler weather for a change. It's been quite hot, and there's not really much shade at this water hole. I just can't believe that we haven't seen the heron once trying to strike at the water. If you're wondering what's shaking the camera, it's just the wind, and with it picking up every now and then, we will experience that, but don't stress, it seems to be holding on for now. If it does get really bad, kind of unbearable, we'll just give it a few minutes, then we will go to a different camera, because you don't want to get seasick while watching this, especially when you're not at the ocean. Tom, you said you like that heron's outfit. Yeah, if only they could change their feathers, right? Although, I say this, some birds do, of course. Oh, what's that big splash on the left? Looks like some ripples of water. It looks like it's coming from underneath the water, though. Or was it the wind? Oh, no, maybe it was just the wind. Anyways, not that the heron or the black-winged stilt that we can also see change their feathers, other than when they're going from chicks to adults. That's a different story, of course. But some birds get amazing tail feathers and brightly colored feathers during breeding season. And sadly, these birds have to rely on their everyday looks to attract a mate. Now it looks like the heron's interested in something different. So it's quite interesting. I just find... Sorry. So not all birds see the world in the same way, which is quite something to think about. Oh, there we go, Nina Brown. Just a quick thank you for having a look and spending some time with all the birds. It's an absolute pleasure. I'll continue my bird eyesight conversation. I don't know what that heron has seen. The blacksmith lapwings don't seem to be, not blacksmith lapwings, blackwing stilts don't seem to be bothered, but look at how the heron has turned its head and did it quite quickly and was fixating on something. So there must have been another animal moving around there. If it was maybe a big bird of prey, it would have reacted and potentially moved off, but not a serious threat. So what I was saying is that not all birds see the same, which is obviously important. Now, all birds have got binocular and monocular vision, and it just kind of depends on where the eyes are situated on their heads that will determine if they've got better monocular vision or do they have better binocular vision. So, for example, we look at the heron and we can see that its eyes is positioned on the side of its head. So that suggests that it's got a greater field of view, so larger monocular vision. Whereas, for example, birds of prey, different story. Their eyes are positioned in the front of their heads. Look how this heron is moving away from the crocodile, being a little bit on the wary side. And just because the birds associate quite often with crocodiles and occupy the same space, it doesn't mean that they don't need to worry about them. Again, if you become completely complacent in your environment, you run the risk of being eaten, right? Not even just being eaten, just being killed. There's also, I'm just going to point out, and there's obviously a little three-banded plover, and then onto the right-hand side of the screen looks like a striated heron that's just sort of sitting there. But this is nice. So we're adding or we're racking up the birds today. And young crocodiles especially will go for birds just because they're not, very well adapted at hunting. They haven't quite honed in on their hunting skills, so taking an opportunity of a bird would be perfect. And just because we don't see it happen all the time, this is like my favorite phrase, it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. Oh, can we have a slightly lower look? That striated heron has actually just popped into view. It's just down to the right. So I think if we just tilt the camera down a little bit, we were able to see everything. The crocodile, the heron, and well, in both heron species. My apologies. Sorry, I didn't have a proper look at that little heron that we were seeing. Let's see if we can find it again. I just all of a sudden, I just saw the sort of top of the dark of the head and then didn't see the breast. But as soon as it turned, you saw it had a very pale breast. And I just want to just double check there because I don't know if you saw what I did, but did you see the white, long sort of feathers just coming from where the crown is, just behind the crown, sort of to where the nape of the neck is? Let's just have another look. Because if that's the case, if that is what I saw, and we can see a nice, beautiful red eye, then it's a black-crowned night heron. There it is on the right. Oh, yeah. And look how big it is, too. It looks much larger than a striated or a green-backed heron. Right now it's camouflaging itself. It could be a duck and you wouldn't even know, but there we go. We'll hopefully zoom in and get a closer look. I'm just going to give it a couple of seconds. Maybe there is a delay. But it would be great if we can get a closer look at that heron. The very pale breast. Now you can see that white tuft, that white feather that I was telling you about. There's nothing really else that it can be. Ah, so epic. That's amazing. I don't know when I last saw a black-crowned night heron. It has been a very long time. And I'm quite surprised to see it here out in the open. Let me know, have you been seeing this black-crowned night heron fairly often? Have I just missed it? I mean, like I said, its size at a difference is much bigger. It's about a 10 centimeter difference in length between a striated heron and a black-crowned night heron. Now you can see the red eyes. I suppose the breast isn't completely white. It's sort of like a buffy color, but a very dark back. I also wouldn't say that it looks blue. I mean, it doesn't look black, right? It almost looks like it's got a blue tinge to it. This is so special. I mean, these birds are normally quite shy. All the smaller heron species, tend to hide away, keep to themselves. It's unlikely you're going to see them in pairs, solitary for the most part, which is awesome. And they're also nocturnal. I mean, this doesn't seem like the ideal roosting spot, right? For a nocturnal heron species. Bizarre. I'm actually just opening up a map of mine at the moment. I'm just waiting for it to load. Because I want to just see, because this is sort of a map where people log sightings. I want to see how regularly they're spotted around here. I unfortunately have never spent any time at Madikwe at all. So, I can't really account for how frequently they're seen. Let's just have a look. I'm going to zoom out a lot. I'll figure out where I am. Okay, there we go. Let's start heading a bit. Always. I'm looking for Groot Mariku, if I'm not mistaken. That's the town closest to Madikwe. It should show up here soon. Mapungubwe. Must be getting close. Sina, no, it's the slide. Why can't I find it? Sorry, I went so quiet there for a second. I could not find Madikwe on this map. Can you believe it? It just wasn't loading properly. Okay, so I'm just looking here now, and I cannot see many sightings that have been seen yet. It does say that they do occur around Madikwe. I was just looking for some, have there been any recent sightings? But it doesn't look like it, unless no one has really been logging in this area. Okay, very interesting. Just not that I've had much experience with watching black crowned night herons, because obviously I haven't been in the right habitat for them. But yeah, seeing it out in the open like this, how special. Very nice. If I could find my notebook with my bird lists from all the different cameras that we've been watching over some time, then I would probably be able to give you a more accurate answer. I'm going to tell you exactly how many birds you've seen. So there's another bird that's approaching the water that's just on the other edge. Can you see it? It's very camouflaged. Let's have a closer look there. Because that doesn't look like an adult bird. It could potentially be an immature individual. And and the reason why I want to have a closer look is because the juveniles, a lot of these smaller heron species look so similar, from the black-crowned night heron to the green-backed heron, or the striated heron as it's now called again, and then even I think it's a squacko heron, but they're much paler. But when they're young, it can be a bit tricky. So maybe we'll have a closer look, and then we can start looking at the identifying features and then work through what is it. No, go back. Where are you going? I don't know if the camera is just doing its own thing now. It might have just taken back control. No, can we please go back to the heron that we were looking at? There's a juvenile or an immature bird. It was just above the black-crowned night heron that we really want to have a look at. Well, I really want to have a look at and just figure out what it is. Mr. or Mrs. Zumi, please can we go back to the grey heron? Oh my goodness, I muted myself. Thank you, Mr. or Mrs. Zumi. So this is what I was talking about. So we can see that the legs are yellow, right? Except they look a little bit dark, but that's because of the mud. But you can see the upper parts of the legs are yellow, so that's a good identifying feature. We see yellow legs, though, with a green-backed heron youngster. And we also see yellow legs with the black-crowned night heron, right? They can be a bit more on the darker side. It just depends on their age. But I would say that this is maybe mud that it has got on it. The other thing that I noticed, it has a white supercilium. So look at that white eyebrow that it has. And then it's got another very prominent white streak from the base of its bill, almost in the direction of its cheek. I can't tell its eye colors, but they don't look light. They look dark. Now we know with an adult... Oh no, maybe they are yellow. No, my apologies. I think it's just the pupil there that's standing out. They do look yellow. But again, it's tricky because both greenbacked and black-crowned have got light eyes when they're young, but the black-crowned night heron has got a darker eye. Okay, so we're going to double check things here. The other thing is that it's got a lot of streaking, right? All over its breast, kind of down, but not the lower parts of its belly. Let's check greenbacked heron. And we've got to take this thing slow, because if you pull a book out and you have a look at what they both look like, they look very, very similar. I have seen striated herons or greenbacked herons here. And if you are watching, Maybe you're an expert birder. Comment and let us know what you think, because I'm not an expert birder and I get confused too. But my gut wants to go with a striated heron, a green-backed heron, an immature. What does everyone think? Do you agree with me? Maybe not immature, actually, maybe juvenile, in fact. I'm just looking at that white supercilium, that sort of eyebrow that it has. No, that white streak from the base of the bill. So tricky. But then also I'm like, maybe it's no. I don't know. Maybe it is a young crown night heron. Maybe this is why the adult is here. Interesting stuff. But they look very similar. This youngster does not look particularly impressed, though, also blowing about in the wind. Not showing any interest in doing any hunting. Oh, look, it started raining. Oh, a bit of a drizzle. That's good for Madikwe. At least the clouds are starting to form. Hopefully this will be the start of the rainy season. Is it, or is it just winter? It must be a couple of little raindrops. Nothing too severe. And then with a bit of a drizzle, you know, these water wading birds won't mind so much. But if it gets sort of to that torrential sort of state, they'll move away. They'll try and find some shelter.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
Actually, some of you might know him because if you were watching just a couple of weeks ago, WildEarth partnered up with BirdLife South Africa. We had some representatives come to Juma to check out everything, and we were promoting sort of Heritage Month. So let me send it to Andrew de Block, and maybe he's even watching. Perhaps he's got us on in the background. He should be able to help us. Okay. I think we'll take a break from the birds for now. Let's go see if we can find any bigger animals, and I'm sure we will because we're just heading a bit further south in Madikwe. Elephants. Elephants, of course. Oh, immediately off the bat, a big bull on the right. Unimpressed by something. Tail raised, also the side glare. Naturally, lots of young bulls just lingering around the waterhole. Let's see what this bull does on the right now. You can see that younger elephant retreating, showing respect, getting out of his way. And there we go. So you can see how the older bulls, it's not all the time. It also depends, I suppose, what mood that they're in. They demand respect from the younger individuals. And the best thing that you can do is actually just to move away. It looks like you might go and chase some of the other individuals. You know, just to acknowledge that, oh, yes, you're so big and scary and you're definitely the boss of all of us. And if you don't, like we saw just at the end there, you know, everyone else moved off. And that youngster in the middle was like, nah, I don't think so. And just a couple of steps forward from the big bull, you saw the change in behavior. Okay, now we've got two equally big individuals, both twisting their trunks around. Or maybe even three equally large individuals. The one on the left also a bit apprehensive about approaching. It's just so interesting. We underestimate how much you can read, how much body language you can read from an elephant just by what its trunk is doing. And then good news, Andrew did reply. Thank you, Andrew. He just said that it is a young black-crowned night heron. So there we go. So that's interesting. Still curious to hear if you've ever seen a black-crowned night heron at Madikwe, at Tau. If you have, let me know. So that could really explain maybe why the adult is around too. Perhaps they've been nesting nearby. Or they've just traveled and accidentally found their way there. Everyone's moving out of each other's way. We'll see shortly what happens at the water pipe. Who's going to get first pick? I do like the interactions that we see around Jamala. It's been, I don't think I've seen an enormous elephant bull, a really big individual that has been around here. But if we just compare it, it's obviously difficult because the environments are so different too. And but if we look at Aldonyo, the camera there in Kenya, and just how some of the real big tuskers, they don't seem to mind other elephants, other animals coming around at all. But as soon as you get younger individuals, the need to throw their weight around and prove to everyone else that they're more, dominant than one another is quite prevalent. And you can see the patches of red dirt that have been exposed. And the elephants have kind of kicked it around and stirred it up. Oh, speaking of red soil, the one on the elephant right at the back on the left, not being appreciated, being told to get out of here. And here comes a breeding herd. And this will be interesting. Immediately, the bull on the right that came charging in, retreating.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Well, the breeding herd of elephants didn't stick around. They've moved, it looks like, to the right-hand side of the screen. And just a couple of them. Perhaps more of the elephants will come around. And sadly, we don't have much time left. Come on, what other action are we going to see in the last 6 minutes of the show? Oh, there's a warthog just to the left, is it? No, it's not. It's got big ears for a warthog. It's a little elephant, my bad. Gosh, the wind is really starting to pick up at the moment. It's not often that we see the Madikwe cameras shaking like this. Got a young elephant on the left, not quite brave enough to go over and have a drink just yet. Being quite respectful. Yeah, the big bull in the middle, throwing his weight around, saying, hey, I'm not done drinking. Give me my time. Oh, you better move, little one. See, again, not a particularly big dominant bull. That's not nice. Oh, perhaps... Oh, no. Perhaps its frustration wasn't necessarily aimed at the younger elephant. Maybe it was that other bull that just snuck past the camera. Gosh, he's being quite bossy of everybody. There's more than enough water to go around. You'll be fine. Oh gosh, even chasing the cow around. So this is the issue with these young, boisterous bulls. They need to be kept in check. I wonder how many dominant bulls there are on Madikwe. I'm sure there must be plenty, seeing as that they've got well over 1,000 elephants within this game reserve. I just haven't been yet to see one. So here's a bigger individual on the right. Oh no, they're about the same size. Never mind. But Lucy, look at those long front legs. This is what honestly gives away the age of an elephant. And look at their small heads in proportion to their bodies. If you see one of those really big elephant bulls, their heads are massive. Not to say that they aren't big now. They also don't have those ridiculously long front legs. Kind of everything is in more proportion. It's not necessarily that these guys are going to get any taller, but they're going to definitely fill out. Spaz, you've said thank you for everything today. It's a pleasure anytime. I get excited for the Waterhole cameras. Always hoping for something weird and wonderful to pop up that we can see. So far, my highlight, I mean, I love the elephants and I can sit and watch them all day long. My highlight is definitely that black-crowned night heron. Like I said, I can't even remember when I last saw one. I don't keep a bird list per se anymore, and I don't really log my bird sightings very often. So, yeah, hard to kind of keep track. I'm just trying to rack my brain over it. I don't know if it was maybe in Zambia that I saw one last. The sighting, I used to have regular sightings of black-crowned night heron, so in Eastern Cape and Kariga Game Reserve at Second River Crossing. We'd see them quite often on the eastern side of the reserve, but other than that, few and far between. Also, just looking at the sky, the big rain clouds that are forming. Now that you can see the sickle bush in the background, you can see how it's waving around a fair amount. It's quite a woody plant species. Just to prove to you again, and I don't know how maybe it's less windy in this little depression where this waterhole is. And the elephant's just coming in and out all day long. But it's a wonderful scene. And I hope it has been a peaceful Sunday for all of you, and hope it will continue that way. But for those of you that don't know, you can head on and watch another show. You can head over to the live sunset safari, where the naturalists will be driving around between Pridelands, Amakala, and the Northern Sabi Sand. So make sure you check that out. But I will see you again tomorrow for Live at the Waterhole. Cheerio.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.